Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at @BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
So can you share the moment or experience?
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Prepare for what's coming.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ravana Amos, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Today, we are delighted to introduce Miss Nimi Bellows. Nimi Bellows is an award-winning creative director, digital agile transformation leader, and strategic partner with over a decade of experience in sales technology and leading agile transformations for organizations worldwide. As the founder of Link Empower and an advisory board member, Nimi is dedicated to creating social impact through innovative solutions. She has held pivotal roles across industries, working with companies in fintech, retail, manufacturing, and automotive, where she led agile transitions for major brands, including Deloitte, Capital One, Kimberly-Clark, Macy's, Cox Automotive, and many, many more. Throughout her career, Nimi's guided over 200 plus teams and supported more than 100 individuals and businesses in adopting agile methodologies, strengthening their operational frameworks, and scaling their success. She also contributed her expertise as a steering committee member for PMI Globals, where she helped shape the future of agile practices. With her unique blend of business acumen, creative vision, and a strong commitment to global impact, Nimi is recognized as a sought-after consultant, speaker, and thought leader. Her work spans consulting, fashion, and social impact, where she champions sustainable, innovative solutions through her multifaceted expertise. She has empowered organizations and individuals to build, adapt, and enhance their approaches for sustained success. Miss Nimi Bellows.
Hello, how's it
Hi,
going?
welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really humbled and honored to be here. So thanks for having me.
Oh, we're delighted. We're delighted. We'll jump right in. Listen, can you share with us the moment, your expertise, the moment that inspired your idea about your business? And tell us a little bit about the business, and then tell us the moment that you got the idea, you inspired.
Yeah, so that's a really good question. So I would say COVID was what really was a game changer for me. I look at myself as a connector, a builder. I feel like my whole life is centered around that. And while I wasn't thinking about building a business, it was just more of an idea. It was just, oh, I want to just see how I can intentionally connect people. And at that time in 2020, the idea of Lincoln Power wasn't fully formulated. And I just decided to just start like everybody else. It wasn't a clear path. There wasn't like a roadmap or a strategic plan or anything like that. I just wanted to get started. And then it was more of, we could only do things virtually. So I think for me, because I do have that, I was longing for that space to just internationally network with people, connect with people. I was like, you know what, I'll just create a network just to see how I can intentionally just do the activities that I would do in a day-to-day basis. How can I kind of create that in a virtual format? And like they say, the rest is history.
Yes. Okay. There we go.
Yes.
So tell me, how did you validate your business idea before diving into the execution?
Yeah. So I just looked into my network. I just have the mindset, and I think it's because I work in the technology industry, of just build, test, fail. The idea is for you to build something, you want to test it out, and you're either going to pass or fail. So I just decided that, you know what, I'm going to put together a group of women. We're going to just do like a daily devotional. We're just going to just find a commonality just for a reason to connect. And at that time, as I mentioned, the idea wasn't a business. It was just more of, I just wanted to just create a space to intentionally connect with like-minded individuals. And I went ahead and just did just that. And from the first meetup that we had virtually, I think I had about 20 or 30 women on that call on Zoom. And I, you know what? I got so many great positive feedback because at that time, the focal point was just women empowerment. That was just as a to create a space. But fast forwarding to now, it's like the vision got more expansive and just more outside of women. So it was just on a small scale. I just wanted to just create a space to just intentionally connect with like minds. And at that time, I was like, you know what, I'm going to look within my network. And that's kind of how I got started.
Fantastic. Now, what were the biggest fears or challenges you faced when you decided to start?
The biggest fear, I would say, it's just not having clarity. I feel like when you make a commitment to chasing your purpose, you have this idea in your mind that it's going to be just like this. And God takes you on this journey that it's like really have to be open and just understand that it's not really you that's driving this ship. It's kind of his mission. You just a vessel in that mission. So for me, I never saw myself as having a really big platform on a global scale. I wasn't really thinking about it from a global perspective. And the vision just started to get more and more expansive, and it became really scary. And that's the place for you to be in as a visionary. You don't want it to ever or want it to feel safe. So I think going against what society wants it to be, and how they say it needs to be, you have to have this business plan, you have to have this, you have to have that. And I've just learned to just start and then just make progress versus perfection. That's been where I've had to kind of keep my mindset to keep on excited about what I'm building.
Okay. Now, in terms of building the foundation, how did you create a vision and mission for your brand, and why are these critical for building an empire?
Yeah, it's important for you to have a foundation. The DNA of Lincoln Power, it's based off of community. And as I mentioned, I didn't have it clear when I first started. I didn't, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, I had a clear mission and vision and I knew exactly what I wanted to execute and how I was going to roll it out. Because the biggest barrier to entry is capital for the most part. So you have to get innovative, you have to get creative. I utilize all the tools that I had access to, and that was just Zoom and being able to just go off of the creativity and seeing how I can utilize my network to just start what I'm doing. So our mission and vision is truly to link and empower the Black community on a global scale. So we are building a global ecosystem, and that took time to fully formulate the mission and vision. Just from trial and error, we do events, we provide resources, we do different things. And one of our premier events, shameless plug, Agile and Brunch, we're going into year 4 of that event. So one of the things that really start to tailor my mission and vision for Lincoln Power was speaking about it in 3 forms, and that's growth, community, and innovation. That's what we are about. And when we talk about growth, we're talking about partnerships on a global scale, on a local scale, and then community, that's pouring back into our community, doing social impact work. And then when we talk about innovation, we're talking about how do we use systems and tools and strategic partners to keep on building on what we're building in our system.
Okay. Now, what were the most important early steps you took to establish your business, and how do you have to change as the business transition into other areas?
Yeah, I would say strategic partnerships was a game changer. Fixating the brand and the platform to really focus on partnering with individuals that already have been where we wanted to be, or in the same playing field as we're at, because we are a startup company. We're coming up in year 5, but the way we operate is we operate as a tech startup. We use all the tools and the systems that any tech company would utilize to build the brand and build the platform. So one of the things that we're really passionate about is strategic partnerships. It's partnering with small companies, small businesses, even individuals to do a value exchange. So for me, the goal is, how do we amplify not only the Lincoln Power ecosystem, but also individuals and the companies and the brands that we collaborate and we partner with. So early on, and even till now, even going into our roadmap for 2025, we are going to continue to own in on strategic partnerships.
Okay. Now, you talked about earlier about the financial challenges that you face. How did you overcome those? I know the strategic partnerships helped. Yes,
the partnerships definitely help. Curating events like Agile and Brunch. Agile and Brunch is not a free event. This is our premier event that we do, and we position it in a way where we do get sponsorships, we do sell tickets, and then we also have a consulting arm of Lincoln Power too as well for generating revenue. There are a lot of small businesses that reach out to us like, hey, I would love to do XYZ. Can you consult me on XYZ? And at that time, I used to be the individual consultant. So now we are expanding the team. We have created a pathway for us to upskill individuals to be able to outsource them, not only on a local level, but also on a global level. So we have recently expanded to Nigeria, which I'm really excited about.
Yeah.
Our goal and our mission and vision there is to upskill individuals that have certain capabilities. That it's almost like the India model. Like I envision it. It's where you have all these resources that don't have the access or the opportunities, but they do have the capabilities, and they just need that barrier to entry.
Connection. Yes.
So we are focusing on expanding that early on in 2025, and then outsourcing them to provide services to other businesses as well.
Now, what strategies did you have to put in place to help scale your business from an idea to a thriving enterprise?
Yeah, so
it sounds like a book, by the way. From idea to empire. I saw that. That sounds like a book. Exploring.
You know what? You know what? We're not going to talk about that. It may be a book or may not be a book. Who knows, you know? But I like you going with that. I like you going with that.
The title itself. Yes, but go ahead. I'll let you answer the question.
So as far as our process, it's really simple. As you mentioned, that my background is heavily involved in the agile transformation space, and that's what I've been doing for the past 10 years. So realistically, as somebody who has done this type of work for bigger companies and bigger organizations, I just apply the same principles and the same concepts to building Lincoln Power. So because we are a global ecosystem, I look at Lincoln Power as how you would build an Amazon or a Google. To have systems and processes in place. So we do just that. We use systems and processes in place, and specifically, we use the agile methodology to do all of our work. So that requires high-level planning, that requires running sprints, that requires basically taking this big idea and breaking it down into increments and assigning it to individuals that have the skill sets to execute. So that's really what we do. And one of the things that I pride myself on as a visionary and the founder is educating other businesses to think about their business in that capacity. Because the average Black business owner, it's a get it out the mud mindset. I want to do everything myself. I want to scale the business myself, but you need systems and you need people to be able to scale your business efficiently. So that is the mindset that I apply with the Lincoln Power platform.
Okay. And we definitely understand the importance of collaboration. How do you approach this team building, and what key qualities do you look for in your collaborators?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. I'm really big on synergy. Synergy and shared value is going to save you a lot of time and headaches. So every collaboration is a risk. It is a risk, but it's a calculated risk that you have to take for you to grow not only your business, but also to be an individual that is a value adder. So most of the time when we do the network thing, it's more of a transactional mindset. So for me, I reverse engineer that mindset. I'm always thinking of how do I provide value? Before I ask for anything, I want to provide value. And what happens is when you are in a mindset of providing value, organically, what you need comes to you because people see your value. And when they see your value, they also want to either add on to that value or take from that value. So I'm in a space where my value is very clear on what I can provide. And when we are talking about Lincoln Power, we are in a space of showing you how to provide that value, and then the rest reciprocated.
Okay. Yeah. Now, how have the partnerships and collaborations played a role in your success? Well, let me ask this.
Yeah.
How important was that role that the collaborators play? How important is that to any business owner?
It's very important, especially when you are in a space of thinking about, for example, we are a global ecosystem. I'm based out of Atlanta, Georgia. There's absolutely no way that I can call myself a global ecosystem as the visionary, as the founder of Lincoln Power, and I am not thinking about partnering with other individuals that are already on the continent or in different countries, because the goal is to each one reach one. So we have specific relationships, individuals in certain spaces that have access to what you need. And when they have access, you also have to provide value. As I mentioned,
the value exchange.
Yes, there's a value exchange that you have to provide. Lincoln Power right now is committed to providing value in the continent, in Nigeria particularly, to upskill individuals that are social media content creators, graphic designers, software developers, like the list goes on and on. So because we're in a space where the value that we're providing is upskilling individuals and also creating a pathway for opportunities in the United States and wherever. So it's really important to think about that is the value that we are giving our community. So when it comes to social impact work, that is in the DNA of what we do as Lincoln Power, because again, it's in our name.
Right.
Being an empowering individuals across the globe.
That's excellent. Can you share a significant obstacle you faced while growing your business and how you tackled it?
Yeah, so I would say the biggest obstacle is just resources, resources. The One Path Accelerator program was first something that I thought of in 2021, but we did a soft pilot and I failed miserably. And I don't mind sharing this story because I think sometimes you learn from it, you grow from it, and then you go back and you make improvements. Fast forward to 2024, I just sponsored 4 individuals to go to the Global Entrepreneurship Festival in Nigeria with me, and that was a proud moment for me as a visionary, as a founder, because 2021 didn't go as planned. I didn't have the financials, I didn't have the resources or even the capability to even think about doing anything like that. So for me, being able to be in this position to provide that pathway for other individuals that don't necessarily have what I have access to was a fulfilling way for me to end 2024. Because it truly signified the growth and where we are trying to go as a platform, as a community. And those are the moments that for me truly matters and reminds me of why we're building what we're building and why it's needed. Because the obstacles are going to come. Those are inevitable. I can't sit here and be like, oh yeah, everything has been peaches and roses. It's just never going to be realistic because that's part of the journey.
Right. So how do you navigate through those moments of self-doubt or the imposter syndrome as a Black entrepreneur?
It's having community. It's really important. Having a tribe that is going to affirm you when you are not feeling 100%, or you are not just as confident in what you're building, or you're losing focus of what you're building. It's really important for you to have individuals around you that can not only pour into you, but realize when your cup is empty and they show up for you in that capacity, or just having a conversation. I was talking to, before I went to Nigeria, that I was facing a lot of frustration on just registering the business. Planning for my arrival in Nigeria was not completely the way I envisioned it to be. But, I had people around me that kept encouraging me, like, oh, yes, go. Like, yes, this is a great idea. So just having that, and then even having a team that they believe in your vision. A team that believes in your vision is gold, because the times where you as a leader don't really feel sure about what you're doing, you've created it to a place where you've kind of injected that passion into them too, that they literally carry the vision for you. And the Lincoln Power team has carried the vision for me, even when I wasn't at my best or at 100%. They were instrumental with getting me re-energized, re-excited about what I'm building, because I'm a creative, and you go into a headspace where you have a creative block sometimes, and you're just not excited about what you're building. But when people see the value of what you're building and they affirm that to you, I think it's something that's very fulfilling and really rewarding as well.
Yes. Now, about the impact and your legacy here. How important is it to integrate the social impact or community involvement into your business?
I don't think we have a choice. If we're truly building a global ecosystem, there's really not a choice, because as I mentioned earlier, community is at the core of what Lincoln Power is doing. Every time I say the word Lincoln Power, I feel like it's a reaffirmation of what we're truly here to do, and that is to link and empower individuals. And social impact will always be a priority in what we're building.
So what does success look like to you beyond the financial metrics?
What does success look like? Success looks like creating impact that reaches the masses. I always tell people that I want to die empty. There are a lot of gifts that I've been fortunate enough to have. A lot of people can say that, I've been fortunate enough to have one gift that God has given me, but I've been given multiple gifts. And since 2020, I feel like I have more appreciation for my gifts. Before, they used to be overwhelming. It's like, it's a lot. It's almost like I'm scattered. I'm all over the place. I do a lot of things, but it energizes me because I truly know that every gift that I have been fortunate and blessed with, it's to create impact for others. It's not about me. So it's to serve. It's to continue to be of servant leadership. And that is something that I've had to fully embrace and accept, no matter what the circumstances look like. There are days where I'm like, God, this is you. I'm grateful for the gift, but I'm empty. You know, I don't know what else to give, but those are the times that I have to put ego aside and pride aside and just think about what truly is the mission and vision, because it's not about me. You know, there is no turning away from the mission and vision at this point, because it's just what it is. And it's a commitment that I have, I will continue to make for a lifetime.
Well, we are definitely glad that you stopped and talked with us today. And I'm so glad to see that you are out there and there are people like you out there who's making a difference for us. Now,
thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. From the Black business experience itself, what unique challenges do Black business entrepreneurs face in today's business landscape that you see?
I think
encountered?
I think mentorship problem. Of course, capital. I mean, capital is always going to be an issue for Black businesses, and I think just lack of representation. You know, I think a lot of times, I know for me personally, when I started thinking about Lincoln Power, not saying I didn't have support or advisors or mentors, I don't think that people truly understood what I was building or understood what was in my thought process. I had never seen it before. So for me, it was kind of feeling lonely a little bit at the beginning, where it's like, well, who do I go and talk to about this? Like, this is what I'm thinking about. Like, who truly understands what's in my head? What I'm doing. So I would say that mentorship is something that was a challenge, and even just getting time on people's calendar and for people to even have access to you, which is why building the accelerator program was really important for me, because it's like, you know what, I'm still going through my journey. I want people to be invited into my journey and see that not only they can do this themselves, but a example to emulate and to look at, and like, okay, you know, she's doing this, she's building this team, she's doing that. I'm thinking about doing something similar, and now I know where to have a starting point. That's why it was very important for me to launch an accelerator as such, because I know that there are people that need what I have to offer, and they're looking for the example or the blueprint to kind of know how to get started.
So how can Black entrepreneurs leverage their cultural identity as a competitive advantage?
I think it's great. It's definitely, I know for me, again, on a personal note, I'm Nigerian American. My parents were immigrants coming to the United States. So going back home and be able to provide opportunities and to be able to build what I'm building here, it's a proud moment, not only for my parents, but me individually, and also my kids. You know, they get to see things about their culture, and they're learning about it because they see me on calls. They see with. So for me, being able to paint that picture that is our mission, and it's important for us to always think back to home and invest back in home. It's something. It's a feeling that I can't really fully describe, because it makes you have not only a purpose, but an identity, as you mentioned. You know, you have a connection to something outside of yourself that you can see on and think and look back on from years to come.
Yes. So what advice do you have for Black professionals who are transitioning from corporate to those corporate roles to entrepreneurship?
First and foremost, don't be so quick to run from that corporate check. I'm just going to keep it real with y'all.
Okay.
Entrepreneurship is not for the weak. It's not for the faint of heart. And we talked about just taking the mindset of working smarter. If you are in a space, for me, one of the reasons why working at a consulting firm was important for me in my portfolio is I wanted to learn.
Yes.
I was paid to learn. So while I was there, I was learning about writing proposals and how to pitch sponsorship and just different things. So whatever role that you're in right now, and you're also getting constant capital. Don't forget that part too. So I'm in a space of working smart. So just have a plan, have a strategy. Don't go out and quit on a limb because and don't be fooled by what people portray on social media, because it is hard being an entrepreneur. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh yeah, it's so easy, everybody should do it. Yes, the goal is entrepreneurship. The goal is to build something that is longstanding for yourself, but we have to have strategies in place where it makes sense for you to be able to exit. So you want to leverage that company to be able to invest in what you're building, and vice versa. And if it's no longer serving you, there's a time and a place where I believe where it's expired. It's time for you to move and get out of that comfort zone. And my recommendation is always have those conversations with God and come up with a plan and just talk about, be realistic. If it's a toxic work environment, by all means, make a decision to leave. I get that. But we have to be in a headspace where we're thinking about, how do I use this opportunity for me to get to the next step? If that's full-time entrepreneurship, great. If it's you being a multipreneur, meaning you have a job and you're balancing entrepreneurship, that is also fine too. So I just would want to echo on the fact of being in a headspace of looking at it from a holistic perspective of how do I want to strategically pivot and make this worthwhile.
So in this constantly changing market, how do you, what suggestions would you give to stay adaptable and innovative?
Yeah, constantly be a lifelong learner. For me, I don't know everything. I'm not the smartest person in the room. I don't want to be the smartest person in the room. So I pride myself with having a heart posture to be open to learning. There's times where when I'm in my meetings with my team, I don't say anything. I'm just there listening. I'm learning to be more of a better active listener than doing more talking, because sometimes in leadership, you feel like you need to know everything. You don't have to know everything. You don't have to be the smartest in the room. So I pride myself in still taking courses, in reading up on the latest trends. I'm in a technology space, so I'm always in the loop of what's going on. I'm plugged into different communities, and I just make sure that I listen, and I'm in a space of just learning and a willingness to learn also. So I look at myself as a lifelong learner. I'm always in a space of just, what can I do to enhance what I have up here and continue to build that. And that's just surrounding myself with other individuals that know other things that I don't know, and just listening and just being more of an observer and just learning.
Okay. And then going to my next question, talking about the positive correlation between the personal growth and the growth of your business.
Yeah.
That's critical.
It's very critical.
Yes, go ahead.
No, it's critical. And I remember there was a time where I broke up with Lincoln Power. And I'm going to share a little bit of context with that. Because we are in a time where your personal brand, your professional brand is a thing. And what I did was I took 2 years away from Lincoln Power to work on me, the individual, who am I, as the founder of Lincoln Power and as an individual. So with that, I was able to formulate my personal brand and to learn about my core values and what I want to represent and what I want to embody. And it's also a reflection on the community, because my desire was not to be the face of Lincoln Power. I'm sharing this because there are people that I see are building things, and it's really clear that you're not the face of that. You build a business, and building a business and building a brand are two different mindsets and two different approaches.
Elaborate on that a little while we have a little time.
Because building a business is more so laser focused on, you are driving revenue, you are on specific things, you're building a community. It's a very different headspace on that. And you're not the
and all that.
You're not the face of that. Like, for example, you don't see the face on the Lincoln Power logo. It has its own identity.
Right.
It doesn't have anything to do with me per se.
Right.
But I am the founder and I am the visionary of that. So when there's a time and a place for me to show up as the founder and the visionary. There's a time and a space for me to show up as the individual. Like even as we're having this conversation, notice I really haven't touched on me as the individual. I've been talking more about Link Empower and what we're doing as a company, because that is the focal point of this conversation. If we were having a conversation on a more personal note and we were talking about my personal brand, then the conversation will be completely different. But those are the things that it's just through experience and just through trial and error that I've had to learn. And the 2 years of being laser focused on my personal brand was basically what helped me to separate the two. So there is a way that I show up as the founder of Link Empower, and there's a way I show up as Mimi Bello, the individual. Separate spaces. Yes.
So advice for inspiring entrepreneurs. What advice would you give someone who has an idea but doesn't know where to start? What is their very first step? I have this idea. I want to do something with it. I don't know what. I want to start a podcast or whatever.
Just start. You have everything that you need. You know, the good thing about an idea is you already have what you need. That's why you have the idea in the first place. Now, how you execute on it, don't worry about that. If it's not perfect, but you can literally just say, you know what? I have a podcast idea, for example. You have a laptop. You have a laptop, you have a phone, you have YouTube, you have Instagram. You can literally just start. You have everything that you need at your fingertips. So there's nothing stopping you but yourself. So I would just say, just starting, just even saying, you know what, today I have this podcast idea. I'm going to go on Instagram Live and just start talking to people and start getting the idea. You can start from there.
All the information.
You're fine. I'm sorry. What was that?
Can you please tell the people how to contact you? Talk about, give us the information for your site.
Absolutely. So we are Link Empower on all social platforms. That is LinkEmpower.com. And that is Link Empower on Instagram, Link Empower on LinkedIn, Link Empower on, we're literally Link Empower on every platform you can think of. So yeah, connect with us, partner with us. If you're interested in partnership, that is info@linkempower.com. We're really easy to access and to find. And on a more personal, if you are looking to contact me directly, you can also email me at contact@nimibello.com. That's contact@nimibello.com.
Thank you so very much, Nimi. It was a pleasure meeting you. It was a pleasure being the moderator. Thank you so much. I'm excited about what you do, and I definitely will be keeping in touch and looking at following you myself.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
See where we're going, and we have one last question before we go to commercial, because I know they're going to cut us out. Oh, and we are going. Thank you guys for joining us, and remember, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I grew up in Flint, Michigan during the 60s, and as a child, I can remember the civil rights movement. I remember our family huddling around our small black and white TV, and we'd watch all of the things that were going on in Alabama and Mississippi. Some of my older cousins were active in the movement, and each week we would have a large Sunday dinner with the extended family, and they would come back and tell us about all of the things that they had seen and done. As a child of about 8 or 9 years old, I always wanted to grow up and be a part of the movement, but by the time I became of age, it was all over. All of the marching was done. I always felt left out, that I didn't get a chance to participate in the civil rights movement. But little did I know that God had another plan for me as a computer instructor and database developer. But even then, it bothered me that I didn't see many people of color in my classes. That is when journalist Dr. John Ray introduced me to Dr. Joel Dudley Sr. and Dr. Eunice Dudley of Dudley Products, who had been mentored by the millionaire S.B. Fuller. Through Dr. Dudley, I was introduced to Dr. Lafayette Jones, past Vice President of Marketing for John H. Johnson of Johnson Publishing, and his wife, Sandra Miller Jones, who was a Vice President at Quaker Oats, and together they created SMSI, a national marketing firm. Dr. George C. Frazier of FrazierNet and the Power Networking Conference, Dr. Jackie Mayfield of ComproTax, founder of the largest Black-owned income tax service, and even billionaire Michael B. Roberts. They all believe that the way to close the wealth gap is through entrepreneurship, because we as a people had to overcome slavery, and secondly, obtain our civil rights to be able to eat in any restaurant or stay at any hotel that we wanted. But the third piece is economic equality. And now I am also convinced that we must become entrepreneurs, and to do so we must embrace technology and a strategy of global networking. That is why I created Every.Black, to use my vast experience as a computer instructor to teach entrepreneurs how to use technology and artificial intelligence in business. Every.Black members are listed in our online website directory, promoted in our digital newsletter, on our social media, and on our podcast. And we also conduct weekly virtual mastermind meetings where we read positive books, learn from the experts, while networking with like-minded individuals from around the world, educating them about every aspect of becoming a successful entrepreneur. That is what Every.Black is all about. Just go to www.every.black to take the AI and tech classes you need, to register for our mastermind meetings, and to join the Every.Black family. Visit us at www.every.black and sign up today. Just go to every.black, every.black. No .com, no .net. Just every.black. .black is the new .com.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I've received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Hey, it's your girl Colette V. Smith. The V is for victory. My mama would tell you the V is for Veronica, but it's Colette V. Smith, the NFL's first African-American woman to coach in the history of the National Football League by way of being the first female in 2017 to coach in New York Jets franchise history. Today, I'm the founder of Believe in You Incorporated. Believe in You Incorporated. I got here because I didn't limit myself. I started thinking freely, living life freely. Don't limit yourself. Unleash your power, the power that God created you to be and to have. I got here because I didn't just follow a path. I created my own. You can do the same thing. You know why I know this? Because genius is common.
Genius is common. And my genius is nutritional strategy. I am Shawnee Smith, the owner and creator of Can Do Spice. Can Do Spice was created because I knew that adding herbal and mineral supplements to my diet did not have to be boring. In fact, because I'm a food enthusiast, I knew I could create something flavorful and explosive that also had the benefit of adding herbal supplements such as sea moss, bladderwrack, burdock root, and black seed, just to name a few. I invite you to take this journey with me where we come together and take control of our nutritional health. It is my way of sharing my genius, the gift of flavor and the healing power of herbs to the world. What is your genius?
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. You know, people ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ravonna Amos, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. Today, we are delighted to introduce to you Dr. Barbara Wright. Dr. Wright is founder and certified Dream Builder Incorporation in Kansas City and CertifiedDreamBuilder.com online with the slogan of manifesting millions for missions who provide miracles to many. She has over 20 years experience in grant writing and fund development, coaching, and counseling. She has assisted in winning over $200 million in grants, contracts, and loans for nonprofits, for-profits, schools, and faith-based community and grassroots organizations. She has also developed exclusive tools and curriculums for expediting and fundraising processes and continue to deliver 100 of funds development and grant writing workshops at schools, colleges, and community organizations nationally. She holds a Missouri certification in business education, a bachelor's degree in business administration, a master's degree in education from the University of Missouri, Kansas City, and a PhD in religious education with an emphasis in research and teaching from Faith-Based College and Technology Seminary. She currently serves as the Director of Development for the 100-year-old Youth Guidance Organization, President of Certified Dream Builders Incorporation, and part-time adjunct grant writing professor at Johnson's Community College. BBN viewers, it is with great pleasure I present to you the fantastic Dr. Barbara Wright.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, I am wonderful. So glad to have you.
Glad to be here.
And you have a presentation. We're going to turn this over to you.
Yes, yes.
Take it away.
All right, thank you. Genius is coming. Okay. All right, hello everybody. This is Dr. Barbara Wright, and I am excited to be here. I think portions of my bio might need to be updated, and I don't know if I sent them that information or if it was there, but I am only serving as the president of Certified Dream Builder at this time, and I'm excited about that. I'm excited about my tenure with the 100-year-old organization, but we are no longer there. We're happy that we were able to leave them with a major contract. And we're excited about our tenure with Kansas City Public Schools and Housing Authority here in Kansas City and everybody that we've been able to work with. But right now we are just serving as the president of Certified Dream Builder. We're excited to be here and we're excited about everything that we have done for the communities in Kansas City and nationally. One of our last funded grants was for an organization out of Illinois and an organization out of Hawaii. And we're just excited about what we have going on. But for you today, for now, for right now, what I wanted to do is share some of my genius, because we all have it, with the asset millionaires on here today. Whoever decided, who chose to listen today, this one's for you. And I know the right people are in the room. So I know that the information that I am sharing is for such a time as this. So I'm hopeful that you will take this information and use it to help you move to the next level. The first thing I want to do is tell you about a book that I have called the 4Ds. And the 4Ds is discovering, designing, defining, and deploying your gifts and talents. So even though we're going to talk about grant writing for nonprofits and for-profit organizations, it's important for you to know that you have something to bring to the table so that funders want to fund you, or people who are given scholarships and donations want to give you the scholarship or the donation because you know what you bring to the table. So I want to tell you about 12 um, attributes that we may have that we can use. All of us have a measure, but some of us have a larger measure than others. And so I want to give you those 12 before I get into the information that I'm going to give you today. So you can start thinking about, what can I do with the information that Dr. Wright is going to share today? What can I do as a nonprofit, as a for-profit, or as an individual who is trying to improve my career? How can I develop a program, product, or service that will make a difference, not only for me, but also for my community? I was listening to an earlier speaker, and the earlier speaker was talking about how it's important for her to give back. I love the question and I love the answer that she gave. That she wants to be able to give back, and I want to be able to give back, and I want to be able to empower some others to be able to give back. And it's time out for us waiting on someone else to take care of us. What can we do to help take care of ourselves? And one of the things that you can do, asset millionaires, is take some of your assets and your genius and create your own programs, products, and services, or to help improve the programs, products, and services of others. You have no desire to be a nonprofit. You have no desire to be a business. You have no desire to do any of that, but you can be the best employee or helper or volunteer that you can be. This is for you as well. Okay, so the first one is communications and public speaking. If you are a person that can do communications and public speaking, you can communicate well, you can do public speaking, this is your time. Everybody needs creators. Everybody needs people with creative genius. The second one is sales. If you are a type person that can sell yourself or sell others or sell those things that you believe in, that's number two. The third one is marketing and branding. If you are the person that has that marketing, you can take a room and make it look appetizing or appealing, and people want to buy because you set it up. That is a genius. That's an intelligence. Emotional intelligence. Maybe in the spiritual world, they call it spiritual intelligence, but you have most emotional intelligence. When you're talking to people, you can size those people up in just a few minutes. You understand them in just a few minutes. You know how to listen to them. You know how to talk to them. That emotional intelligence is amazing. You can come to a room and read a room. That's that emotional intelligence. That's worth $1 million if you use it correctly. Now, some of us, we have all these assets and we'll go to the grave with the assets. So you want to make sure that you are discovering what your top 3 assets are and you are using them. Product and service innovation is another one. Some of us can develop products. I know I have a couple of apps that I am improving right now that are being developed and for iOS, for all the platforms, for iOS, for Android, as well as for the computer. Organizing is number 6 for these 12 great talents that you have. Some of you already have these. All of us have a little bit of it, but some of us are greater in others. Some of us, the top 3 have already been named, and maybe I haven't gotten to the top 3 for you. The next one is goal setting and planning. Nobody knows you better than you. Are you a goal setter? Are you a great planner? Can you do that for other people? The next one is money management. Do you have a great idea for money management? You've done great with your own money. You have successfully saved money yourself. You found different ways to be able to stretch your money. Can you share that with others? That is a great way to generate some cash flow. Money management is another one. Are you a great money manager? Are you a philanthropist? That's number 9. Maybe you are a person who loves to give and you can create opportunities to have people give and give to others. That philanthropy is a great one. Networking. I could have named that as number 1. Networking is a beautiful thing to have. If you are a type person, you have a party and you're going to have 100 people at every party. You have a dinner, everybody wants to come to your party. Your parties are almost like Diddy parties on a positive, you know. So you are the type person that is gifted with networking. Some of us are just gifted with networking. We can do great things. Some of us are great with leadership and developing others. Some of us we can see great things in people and tell them about what they should be doing with their lives. All of these are opportunities for you to take your talent and turn that talent into cash flow. And the last one, I'm sorry, is time management. Time management is the last one. So you want to make sure that you are using your time wisely. If you are a person who knows how to divide up that time, you can set up calendars, you can help other people begin to do what they need to do. Time management may be the one for you. So there are 12 different assets out there, human assets that we have. Which ones are your top 3? I just gave you all 12. Communication and public speaking, sales, marketing and branding, emotional intelligence, product and service innovation, organizing, goal setting and planning, money management, philanthropy, networking, leadership and developing others, and time management. If you picked your 3 out of those 12, start working on those and determining how those can help you turn your assets into cash flow, because that is what you want to do. You want to turn those assets into cash flow. So that brings us to, how do you do that? Okay, so you know you've got these 12 assets. How do you take those 12 assets and turn them into cash flow? Well, I've written a book called Grant Readiness and Writing for Nonprofits and Businesses using exclusive tools, tips, and AI. Now, what we're going to cover today is the grant readiness and the grant writing. We're going to just focus on the 6 chapters that are in the grant readiness book. And we'll talk to you about those 6 areas, because those 6 areas are the areas that would help you in designing your program, product, or service, or improving your program, product, or service, so that you can write grants to be able to raise funds to do those things that you need to do or improve those things. So the first section of that we're covering is the research and strategic planning. You have to do that research and strategic planning. Feasibility study is another name for it before you get started. The second area that we're going to cover is the make you or break you of regulatory requirements. The third area is starting or restarting your organization with credibility. Some of you've already started, so you need to restart. And the fourth area is developing your quality brand identity. The fifth area is establishing the right collaborative partnerships. The sixth area is making sure that you have your scalable operating budget so that people feel good about giving you money because they know you have a plan. And the last one is making sure that you use tools and tips to train your people. So the first one, research and strategic planning, what you want to do is make sure that you do your organizational development research so that you know what program, product, or service you will provide. And the only way that you can do that without reinvent the wheel is take a look at some other organizations that are providing a similar service to what you want to provide. What program, products, or services are already available. You don't want to duplicate, you want to replicate great practices. And then what additional programs and services are needed? That's where you come in. If you are in an area where the program you're trying to offer is a daycare desert, that might be where you want to be. Then you want to evaluate those ideas with your SWOT analysis, your PESTLE analysis. You want to make sure that you know your NTEE codes. And if you don't know what these things are, that means that you've got some alphabet and numbers to learn. The NAIC code, you want to make sure that you know the insurance codes that are related to your industry. So when you are researching and developing that strategic plan for winning grants and developing your programs, those are the things that you need to do in order to ensure that your organization is ready. Part two, or the second section of my getting ready for grant writing, is making sure that you meet the regulatory requirements for your organization. Every organization has regulatory requirements that they have to meet. So your local, state, and federal regulatory requirements have to be met for whatever it is that you're doing. So what are your legal and regulatory requirements? Do you need an LLC? Are you okay with just being a sole proprietorship? Do you need to sign up to register with your city, with your county? Do you need to register with your state? Do you need to register with your federal government? If you want to get grants, you probably need to register with your state and federal government, but you also check in with your local organizations to make sure that there is nothing that you need to do on that end as well. And then that moves us to our next section, which is starting or restarting your organization with credibility. That means you want to make sure that you have the bank account for your organization. You want to make sure that you have established your accounting system. Going back to the bank account, all banks are not created equal. You want a Cheers bank, a bank where somebody in the bank knows your name. If nobody in the bank knows your name, you may have the wrong bank. So make sure you get a Cheers bank. And that's the world according to Dr. Wright. And the Cheers bank has a wealth management officer because that is who you want to be able to speak with. And there are some reasons for that, which I don't have time to cover on today. Establishing an accounting system is also important. Important to get your background checks, especially if you're dealing with any vulnerable population. Make sure that you get your background checks of the people who are helping you. You want to make sure that you identify risk and purchase insurance so that you get the right insurance needed, but you're not overpaying for insurance, and you want to build your business credit. The other thing you want to do is make sure that you have your email address. You want to have your address for the organization, and you want to have your website. Those are some of the things that you need to have to make sure that you are ready for the next level. Then that moves us to section 4, and there are a total of 7. So developing your quality brand identity, you want to make sure that you have your copyrights, your trademarks, your patents. You want to get your social media name checks to make sure that your social media name is available. You want to make sure you have a really good logo, your mission statement, your vision statement, your slogan and value statement. And then just the statement of what you are doing. You heard our great host at the beginning say that my statement is that I help manifest millions for missions who are providing miracles for many. What is the statement that's going to um, come before you? What is the statement that is going to go before you when you get ready to share your elevator speech? Or what are you going to say in the elevator when you only have 10 seconds to be able to express what you are doing to people? So you'll need that statement that incorporates your mission, vision, value, slogans, all of that. You could call it a slogan if you'd like. Graphics, you want to know what where you're going to get your pictures for your websites that you're going to use. You want to take great pictures so that you can use these pictures for your site, and you want to make sure that you pick some great colors for your site and use those throughout the site. You, as far as section 5, this book, Getting Ready for Grant Writing, covers all of these sections. You want to establish the right collaborative partnerships. You want to make sure that you have a great operating board, which makes decisions for the organization. They are a fiduciary committee. And then you want your advisory board. These people are not fiduciary. They do not make decisions for the organization. If you have never heard these words before, you have some learning that you have to do. Sometimes we fail because we jump before we've done any research. So you want to make sure you do some research, and you want to know who's going to hold the corporate officer positions. You want to know who's going to contribute with your operating board members. I'm sorry, what contribution will they provide? You want to know what contributions will your operating with your advisory board provide, and you also want to know who the stakeholders are. You want your stakeholders to know how they benefit from what you offer, your program, product, or service, because who's going to talk about you more than the people who are benefiting from what you give? But sometimes your benefactors don't know how to talk about the organization. So that's where you come in. The collaborative development. What contributions do you need each partner or volunteer to make? What benefits will each of your stakeholders or volunteers receive? How will you collaborate? Um, how will your collaborative benefit the community at large? How are the people that you're working with going to benefit your community? And so you want to think about all those things as you are establishing your collaborative. Um, the number 6 of the 7 is you want to make sure that you're building a scalable budget. In building your scalable budget, you want to know the secrets to successful fundraising. There are some secrets to successful fundraising. You want to know what your mission statement is. You need to have a board that knows its job, and an advisory board that knows its job. And then that way they can help you in the fundraising process. So that is one of the important ways that you're going to be successful. And you need to know how much money you need. So those are some of the things, and we have some other secrets that we put into the book, but those are some of the things you need to know. And then there are 7 categories of fundraising. Of those 7 categories of fundraising, you're not just getting money from grants. You're getting money from individual donations, from retail establishments where they give in-kind donations. You're getting retail sponsorships to where they may give you money to put their banner up at your event. You're applying for foundation grants. You're applying for local county grants and local organization non-GO grants. You are also applying for state grants and federal grants. That's all 7 of those categories. So if you are hiring a fund developer, or if you're trying to get someone to come in, you want to make sure that you have something to offer them. The 5 W's of fundraising, the 5 W's of fundraising are the same W's that you use for making sure that you're ready for your grant. The 5 W's is who, the what, the when, the where, the what, and the why. Who are you raising money for? Who are you going to be getting money from? What are you providing? When are you providing it? Where are you providing it? And why are you providing it? You need to be able to answer all those questions, or if you're not, are you not ready as far as your fundraising is concerned? Estimating the annual budget. You want to make sure that you know how much you need annually, and you want to make sure that you know how much you need for the particular project. So annually, your budget might be $5-10 million, or it might be $100,000 or $200,000. But your project budget is just maybe 10,000, 100,000, or 1 million, because you want to take care of this with that particular budget. So you have to know that there's several different budgets, and the last budget that I will talk about in building a scalable budget is that multi-year strategic plan budget. That one basically talks about what you're going to do the next 3 to 5 years. And so I would say that is an important one. And lastly, on this, we're going to cover our what you need to do in order to ensure that you are ready. So far, we have talked about doing your initial research and planning, which includes organizational development and research, making sure that you know what program, product, or service your organization is going to provide. You want to do the evaluation of your ideas through that SWOT analysis and pestle analysis that I talked about earlier. You want to make sure that you know that NTEE code and that NAIC code. You want to also make sure that you have your mission statement and your brand development. Remember, I talked about earlier the copyrights, patents, trademarks, your social media name checks, making sure that you have your logos, your mission statement, vision statement, value statements, all of those, knowing your colors, and that you have some graphics to make a beautiful website, and that you're taking more pictures of your actual events so that they can see real pictures of you. Banking and credit building is another thing that you are doing, making sure that you pick the right bank. Your operating and advisory boards, making sure that you know who your board members are that are fiduciary. And remember, a fiduciary board member, they can help vote you off the board. So you want to make sure that you have some board members that are in your corner. Collaborative development, who are the stakeholders? Are as far as the people that you are working with, and do they know how they benefit from your program? We talked about that earlier, the volunteers. um, your office planning, making sure that you have checked some business plans that are already out there doing something similar to what you want to do, and then building your scalable budget, and then determining who your grant team is and what your grant team needs. So, who will serve on the grant writing team? You want to make sure that you have items ready for them to use, the electronic items that they are going to be able to use to help expedite grant writing. And then your database system that has all of these things in it, that whoever is helping you to write the grants, they have access to the documents that they really need. And so that's our getting ready process, which leads us up to the grant writing. And on the grant writing, I know that I won't have time to do a 100% grant writing lesson, but what I can do is I can cover our basic expediter from the grant writing to make sure that you know those steps. And I'm trying to see if I have that listed here. I think I do. So in writing your grants, there are 4 sections to every grant, because I think I may have 15 minutes, so I should be able to get through this. This is my grant writing portion, and I have written millions and millions and millions of dollars in grants that have been funded. My students are writing grants, and they're getting funded. We've been able to get some business plans funded. One of my business plans alone was 90 million for opening for 12 famous days in type A property at the time. I don't know what it's called now, but that's what the business plan was for. That was funded years ago. So over the years, I have worked with several wonderful agencies and helped several agencies and lots of grassroots organizations, and now working nationally, because mostly initially I worked just locally here in Kansas City, but for the last few years I have expanded that to nationally, and I do love that, and have always taught both nationally and internationally. So Grant writing and fund development tools, tips, and techniques for grant writing is what I have. And so that what it does is it provides you ultimately with a one pager that all of your information is on so that your grant, you can see it on one page. And that's what you've got to be able to do. You've got to be able to see where you are going with that grant. Where are you going with the grant? Okay, so the 4 sections of any grant, you have the executive summary. That's the first section. Sometimes they call it an abstract. Sometimes it's a letter of intent, but it answers the 5 W's: the who, the what, the when, the where, and the why. And the second section of your grant is your narrative section. That is the largest section of most grants. Now, this is most grants that have these 3 sections. So your narrative assessment: who are you serving and why? What is the national problem? What is the local problem? And how will you fix it? That is how you answer the narrative or needs assessment. Sometimes they call it statement of need. Sometimes they call it approach. Sometimes they call it method, but it's basically the same thing. So you have goals in creating this narrative. You have inputs, outputs, outcome, and impact. That is the actual programmatic side of this. Your goals, your inputs, your outputs, your outcomes, and impact on the community. Your goals is what you're going to do. Your inputs is what you bring to the table. Your outputs is how you're going to do it. Your outcomes is what's going to be the result of what you've done. And your impact is how the community is going to benefit. So that's the first side of my 10-column canvas. That's the first 5. Now, on the right side of that canvas, it tells what you're going to do as management. And I'm watching my time as we go. As management, you want to know who's going to, your timeline is the first column. So what is your management going to do first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter? Your activities, what are your activities 1, 2, and 3 for that first quarter? Activities 1 and 2 for the second quarter. What are you going to be doing each quarter? You need to break these things up and develop a timeline of what administration is going to do so that you understand what you're having to what you're going to have to deal with, and maybe you can ward off some of the risks that may come up if you don't do what you're supposed to do. Your management: who will manage your program? What are your credentials? And what are your team's credentials? So you need your bios, you need your resumes. All those things are going to be important for creating your grant. Full-time, part-time, volunteers, contractors. You need resumes and bios of any of the key people. Now, there are some people not considered key to the organization, but there are some leaders in the organization that are considered key, and those are the ones that you will need those bios from. So you also want to determine how you're going to get the word out about your organization. There's several different ways that you're going to have to get word out. You're going to have to market your organization so that people know that you're looking for participants. You're going to have to let your donors know that you're looking for donors. There's all kinds of dissemination that has to go on. So you have to have a dissemination plan as to how you're going to get the information out. What is your technology? What is your communication going to look like? Are you having events? Do you have an executive assistant that's going to help you in doing this? Those are some of the things that you have to do with the dissemination plan. Your sustainability plan. Most grants ask about sustainability because they want to know, how are you going to keep this grant going after the funding is gone? And in many cases, you're going to let them know that you're going to continue to apply for grants. Maybe you're hiring a contract grant writer. Maybe you have someone in your establishment that's going to grant writing classes and trying to learn how to become a grant writer themselves. So those are some of the things you can do as sustainability. Do you have an annual fundraising plan? Are you fundraising? Do you have grant writing already scheduled for the year? Have you looked at grants.gov and saw that they have 10 grants that you'll be able to apply for during the year? Or have you found foundations and you know they give a grant this quarter, this quarter, this quarter? Do you already have your 2025 calendar set up? That is how advanced you should be. Your 2025 calendar should already have the grants on there that you are going after, because you have to remember, I don't care how good I may be or any other grant writer may be, you're going to get turned down. There is no guarantees in grant writing. It's just like you're going to the boat or you're going to the casino or you're going to any of those places. It is a risk. Or you're invested in the stock market. It is a risk you take. You want to eliminate as much of the bad risks as you can to make sure that you have someone who knows what they're doing. And you have to make sure that you know what you're doing, that you have a desire to uh, to jump through all the hoops that the funder is asking you to jump through. And if you don't want to jump through those hoops, then you have to turn that person's money down, because if they give you that money and they tell you, like one told us they wanted to land their helicopter on our brand new football field. And I was like, oh my God, for that little money? No, so you have to know whether or not you can abide by whatever the funder is asking you. So sustainability is extremely important. How are you going to sustain annual fundraisers, fundraising, events, planning, all of those things? That's how you sustain your organization when the grant money is gone. And lastly, you have your budget. And you may be saying, well, how do I do a budget? I used to hate doing budgets until I learned that I need to be working on budgets throughout the grants. So budgets is your third section of grant writing. So I gave you goals, inputs, outputs, outcome, and impact as the programmatic part. So there are two of those sections has budget, major budget under them. And that is the implementation or outputs, and that is your outcomes section, which has budget. So your output section has supplies and travel, and some of you may be able to add some more to that. Your outcome section has supplies and contract. So in my development of budgets, of grants, all of those things are figured as you go, because you have to go back and rewrite if you redo the budget. Every time you redo that budget, you have to go back and rewrite your verbiage, because your grant verbiage has to match your budget. So that moves us over to the management timeline. And there are three sections in the management timeline that has major budget. So you have your timelines there's no budget really there. You have your management. There is definitely budget there, because you're going to have full-timers, part-timers, volunteers that may receive a stipend, and then you're going to have contractors. That's where your budget is going. So you want to make sure that you have at least 30% of your budget set aside for those contractors. And then that moves us to dissemination. Your dissemination has budgets, because you want to make sure that you have your internet website, your media, your expos, and your workshops, or whatever you're doing for that organization. And lastly, on this, you have budget in sustainability. So your sustainability is fundraising, grant writing, and public relations. That's your sustainability. You want to make sure that you're doing those fundraisers and you're doing the grant writing, and you're also getting the word out through public relations. Whether you're hiring a company or you're contracting with a company, you are contracting with a company or you have somebody in-house, you've got to make sure that you are ready to build your sustainability through fundraising, grant writing, and public relations. So section 4 is just the attachments, the last section. Section 4 is just the attachments. You want to have your letters of support. You want to have your partner memorandums of understanding. You want to have your 501c3. If you are a nonprofit, you definitely want to have that 501c3. You want to have your board members or advisory board members. You want to have your key staff resumes and credentials. Remember, these are things that I've already talked about. And if you look at the columns, you will see the items that are associated with it under that column if you get my Getting Ready for Grant Writing book. You want to have your operating budget that tells what your program is going to cost all year, including your salary. Because if you haven't added your salary to the mix, you don't have your budget yet. Internal review. You want to make sure that you have an internal review or audit. If you're new, you may not have that, but you want to make sure you include that in your budget when you start going up to 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. You want to make sure that you include the internal review or the audit that you're going to get. And then you want your annual financial plan. You want to make sure that you have that annual financial plan, and that gives you your budget. You know, your annual financial plan. These are what I just named was attachments that are commonly asked for, and some of these will also be part of the budget. But letters of support, memorandums of understanding, your 501c3 or regulatory documents, your board members, advisory board members, your key staff. And so I see that our great host is back, and so that I am done.
Oh, fantastic. Here we go. Thank you so much. I was trying to find the book that you talked about online so that I can give some reference to. Before we go, can you briefly give some information on the book, how we can get it, how we can get it for ourselves?
Yes, I sure can. Thank you so much. And you're right. I did not even say it's certifieddreambuilder.com. My book is located on certifieddreambuilder.com. It's an instant download. You get 30 days to download it, and you keep it for the rest of your life. So make sure that if you do get the book, you download it and you go ahead and download it to your computer. You get it instantly. It's Getting Ready for Grant Writing, Finally Made Easy. Now, today I did cover the sections in my grant writing book also. So just kind of peruse through the books. You may find something that's more relevant to you, but everybody needs to get themselves ready. It's hard to be asking for people for $1 million and you are not ready to apply. So this kind of walks you through step by step. This is the do-it-yourself version, so you don't have to have some of you cannot afford a grant writer at this time. So if you cannot, this is a great way to do it yourself. It's also a great thing for you to do to learn about grant writing, so you know when you found a good grant writer.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much. And we appreciate you being with us as always.
Thank you so much. You're a great host. I love
it. Thank you. Guys, remember, every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2024, NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malaine Shanghai Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Bank Law Firm, and the Black Business Expo USA. Remember, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Exciting time to be in digital marketing with the advent, the explosion of generative AI chatbots. They're better known as ChatGPT. There's Bard, there's Claude, there's all kinds of this new one came out called Gemini. There's so many different tools that really what it comes down to is that it's made my business more precise. I can do things more quicker, I would say, and to elevate my brand messaging to a level that allows me to be as creative as possible. Digital market economy is taking the world by storm, probably over the last decade or so, but is really escalating now in the advent of AI because it is a game changer for a lot of businesses. It's not just all the big boys that can play in this space because of cloud computing, because of mobile computing, and now you have these tools at your disposal. You've got a laptop, you've got a computer, you can now digitize yourself to a level and get your message out there, and that equates to business.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGaw and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook for just $199, down from the regular price of $399. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-Star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ravina Amos, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we are delighted to introduce to you Melanie Perry. As a certified planner, Melanie Perry has been helping people create sustainable wealth by making wise decisions for over 2 decades. She is known for making financial concepts easy to understand, which helps people to make sound and empowering financial decisions. Melanie's online course, the Money Mastery Acceleration Program, caters to women entrepreneurs by providing solid strategic strategies that work. Her passions for financial literacy extends to educate women and kids about the basic of money management through her financial literacy and education company, Zillionaire Enterprises. She has been recognized by many national organizations for these efforts, including the Los Angeles Women's Chapter of the NAACP. Melanie has authored All About the Benjamins, helping people create sustainable wealth in the midst of financial insanity, and Jonathan and Geneva, The Adventures of Zillionaire's Kids, her latest book for elementary children. BBN viewers, it is with great pleasure I present to you Melanie Perry. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning from wherever you are in the world. Thank you, Regina. That was a wonderful introduction. Peace and blessings to you over this holiday season.
To you as well.
Thank you. So we have a lot to be grateful for and acknowledge as we move into what we're calling the new year.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
And we are back. Melanie, we want to thank you so much for coming and being with us today. And remember, go ahead.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. I'm ready for you to get started. And remember, genius, I got my notepad, my pencil ready. And remember, guys, genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side.
Indeed, indeed. Well, as always, it is a pleasure to be amongst those where genius is common. And today, I want to touch on the various wealth domains. So as a certified financial planner, I work with a range of people that are moving into the next level of their genius. And throughout life, we go through various seasons, right? And I am very clear that we are not entering, we are in a season of global inclusion and connection, hence the whole purpose of the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. So as we begin to understand our value, our worth, our genius, and recognize that that is what we are born with, and it's a matter of being able to effectively bring out our genius, to bring out our wealth in a way that is going to continue to bring added value to those people, to the people that matter to us most, and be able to, in this global economy, be able to effectively monetize it, and in tandem to that, be in a position where we understand how to extend our wealth in a way where it's perpetual. So what I'm talking about are these various domains of wealth, right? So one area of wealth is our mental health, our mental wealth, our physical wealth, our emotional health, our relational wealth and, of course, our financial wealth. All right. So you really can't have more than the other, so to speak, because if you do, then you're out, you're at in equilibrium. And I'm cautious to not use the word balance because you can't really always balance these different domains of wealth equally at the same time. But there, you do need to have mechanisms, systems, processes to be able to maintain a sense of harmony around each one of these domains. And so, what I mean by that is one way in which I establish mental health, mental wealth, is by understanding that it's all about that my journey, my life is all about making me smile, making me happy. And in the midst of me doing that, I people around me end up being the benefactor. So something recently that happened over the past 6 to 8 months, it's recently, is I've been a caretaker for my uncle. And recently, as of yesterday, I completed the major work in the renovation of his home and gave him the big reveal. Well, that's something I wanted to do. I enjoyed doing it, and the benefactor happened to be my uncle, who needed this assistance from a family member, myself. So that's that's one element of exercising mental health and mental well-being. That whole project right there could have been stressful, overwhelming. Anybody that's been a caretaker knows what I'm talking about. But I had chosen to look at it from this perspective of it brings me joy, it brings me value. And while there are elements of inconveniences and elements of high focus in something that isn't, that relates specifically, to my uncle, driving him to doctor's appointments and whatnot, having to adjust my work schedule, I gleefully and happily do it, right? So conditioning yourself to recognize that in the midst of serving others, see it as a joyful, experience. Just like when I work in my garden, that provides me with my mental health, my mental peace, so that I can reconnect to my creator. It's an element of grounding, which simulates, my entire body and nervous system. And I'm creating natural food, real food, right? So physical wealth relates to actually your body that is in need of the proper nutrients and proper exercise to eliminate, toxins and all that. So having a rhythm and a routine to exercise on a consistent and regular basis. And also being able to tune into your body to recognize, okay, my body's trying to tell me something. Should I cut this out? Should I start implementing, vitamins, supplements, or whatnot, right? So we move into emotional health. I think the two-letter word is one of the most important words we can entertain or exercise is to say no. Because emotionally speaking, that might not, whatever the person is asking of us, may affect us in a way that challenges, our emotion. And one thing that my grandmother had mentioned to me very young is nobody should have any level of control over you to like disturb your peace. So as I have, grown, I'm almost midlife, I have worked on not letting someone else's stuff affect and penetrate, to me. That's a walking, process. It's a work in progress, I should say. But as you get grounded into the latter part of the fourth decade of your life, entering into the fifth decade, that piece becomes stronger and stronger, and people just don't affect you. All of these various domains of wealth that I'm speaking about affect your money. So when we get now to the relationships, people will say connection is currency. So when you have good, solid relationships, then people will refer you, connect you, keep you in mind for various projects that can accelerate your financial wealth. So always not burning the bridge, always keeping in mind that at some point this person or the energy that you may have had with an individual is important, that you don't necessarily burn that bridge, because you never know who knows who and who's connected, to what. Now, you don't want people to stomp on you and confusing you as a doormat, of course, but keeping in mind that maintaining a level of integrity, a level of respect within yourself plays a huge part in your relationships with yourself, with your family, colleagues, coworkers, your employees, your church family. Always, as my uncle says, choosing the high road as often as possible, right? So again, all of this leads to our financial wealth and our financial well-being, because you can have poor finances and all the other domains are good, and you can get along in life. It'll be tough, but you can get along in life. But you can have all the money in the world, and if you don't have good health, like, so what? So what if you have all the money? If you don't have good physical health, so what? You have all the money but no physical health, because you can't enjoy the money that you have because you're spending it on healthcare. So these other domains of wealth, I would say, have a stronger weighted average than financial wealth in and of itself. But what financial wealth does is that it provides you with the opportunity and the ability for ease, right? Money is not the end all be all. But what it does in this current global economy is that it creates ease. It's just a medium of exchange. It's an expression of your inner wealth expressed outward, right? And as soon as we begin to lock in on that and stop making money evil, stop making money, seem like it's some kind of bad thing that brings out the badness in people. No. Money enhances who you are from Jump Street. And so if you were an evil, rotten soul from the beginning, well, it's just going to enhance that. If you were a good giving person, which is most of the people that I work with, what I have to do is to help people to not give so much to the point of their own detriment. And I've created systems around that to create harmony amongst those that constantly want to give, but have big goals of wanting various things for themselves and their family and ultimately their community. And what that leads into is understanding the difference between financial confidence and financial security. Now, you might think there's a difference between that. Yeah, there is. Financial confidence is when you have a plan to create financial security. So if you don't have a system, a process, a procedure, a structure in place to create financial security, then, people, what is the phrase? You fail without a plan because you plan to fail because you didn't have a plan. I forget the term, but y'all know what I'm talking about. You failed to plan because you didn't have a plan, something like that. Anyway, I'm going to move on. So in order to execute anything, whether it's to lose weight, whether it's to have it, improve your mental health, you need to have a plan. You need to know where you are right now and where you want to go. And in between that, to have a regimen of what action steps you're going to take in various increments. So there's a wealth planner that I put together that allows you to think about, just do a data dump and think about what do I want? What do I want in the next 6 months? What do I want in the next year? What are things that I want to accomplish in 10 years, when I look back at my life and I think, oh, okay, I accomplished these various things, I'm happy, I'm ready to move and excel and expand to the next greater version of myself, what is that? So I encourage you to think about, as we move into this, season of connection, right? Global connection. As we move into this next expanded space, what do you want to reflect upon and look back in your life and say, I'm glad that I took the steps, that I'm glad that I didn't allow anything to discourage and distract me. I'm glad that I decided each and every day to do the things that I typically procrastinate on, right? Because it's going to be those small things that make the big difference. So do a data dump of the things that you want to accomplish, and without any consciousness or recognition of where you are right now. Okay, so we're not going to say, well, I'd like to build a 5-story building, but I don't have the money right now. We're not going to do that. We're going to have clarity of, regardless of what my current circumstances look like, what would I want God to bless me with, right? So write all that down. Then what you want to do is you want to say, okay, so in order for me to accomplish the goal of buying a house, starting a business, creating building a 15-story building, getting into construction, whatever it is, development. Okay, so then what do I need to, and I want to accomplish that in the next 2 years. Okay, if it's a big goal, next 2 years. Then you want to back that in and say, okay, so what steps do I need to accomplish in a year in order for me to get to that in 2 years? And then within that year, you're going to break that down by quarter. So by quarter, I'm going to need to accomplish X, Y, and Z. Then you're going to break that down by month. Then you're going to break it down by week. Then you're going to break it down by day. And so this would mean that you might need to consider a virtual assistant. It might be that you need to really focus on income. You want to be more conscientious with your spending. Notice I'm not saying a budget. So budgets are often in our minds constricting. But if we're thinking about how we're going to specifically allocate our dollars, allocate our resources, it's about efficiency. It's not about scarcity. So when you're looking at your finances and you're looking at ways in which you can find the money, there may be some areas where it's leaking. You have money, you put it into a bucket, your bank account, but you got leaks all over the place, right? So you want to find areas that you need to just plug the leaks. And going through that process it doesn't have to be shoulda, coulda, woulda, and why don't yous, and beating ourselves up emotionally. What we're doing is just saying, okay, well, if I need to focus on reading more, then do I need to have all these streaming services, Netflix, YouTube, whatever else is out there? Do I really need to be paying for all that? Should my time be more focused on reading, researching, right? Because there's going to be some changes that will need to take place in your life for you to expand to the next best version of yourself. Because we all know that genius is coming, right? I'm speaking amongst geniuses here. So what are some small things that need to be done so that the bigger things can happen? Do I need to create better systems in organizing my space? Because when we live in clutter, that also energetically prevents us from really excelling, because there's so many little itty bitty steps you have to do before you get to the main step, because there's so many obstacles just in your living space, and that just clutters your brain and your thinking, so that you might end up stressed at the end of the day, and all you really needed to do was just organize your purse, so you didn't have to dig down in the bottom there to find your keys. Now all that stuff builds up, and it creates dis-ease, right? So think about the small things in your life that just kind of like, That took me a long time to find because I just don't have the organization and structure in place. All of that matters. All of that matters. By us as a people becoming more and more strategic, we have to begin to tighten up these smaller areas that have huge implications of the outcome, of the results. Getting back to plugging up those leaks, right? So once we've plugged up the leaks and we have a clear, efficient spending plan that's our money is being allocated towards healthy foods. So we're nourishing our bodies so that we have a clear mind and we're prepared and ready for the day. We're not zip ripping and running around getting fast food in the morning after we drop off our kids or on the way to drop off our kids. No, we prepared the food in advance because we bought it at a farmer's market and we've meal prepped. And so all we have to do now is just go to the refrigerator, boom, okay, kids, hippity hop, let's go, right? Systems, organization. We don't need to cause that kind of stress in our lives and in our kids' lives. We're setting an example if you're in that phase of parenthood. So it's planning, right? It's planning our lives, planning our finances. That's what's going to create life confidence as well as financial confidence. And so then, where we create levels of peace, well-being, and security are going to be within the systems that we create. So from a financial perspective, okay, so we're beginning to develop the plan on the fundamental, level. We've got our spending plan, which is critical, right? So money out. So what about the money in? Do we have clarity of how the money is coming in? Many of us entrepreneurs, we have multiple streams of income. Whether we have multiple streams within our business, because we have different lines of revenue from our business, whether we have books, we have speaking engagements, different products, services, different products and services coming through, digital products and whatnot. Having clarity of where the money is coming from and organizing it in a way where it's efficient. So one step is by way of QuickBooks, just knowing when and where your money is coming in and what time. So there might be a certain season where you see an influx in revenue and a downflux. So when you have that excess coming in, the way you prepare for the downflow is by having what I call your financial foundation. So what we would have is a reserve account. So that reserve account is where that excess revenue comes in when we're in these slower months, right? In addition to that is you'd have an operational account. Your operational account. And so I suggest in your reserve account to have about a month or so set aside there. And the purpose of the reserve is potentially those down months, or if something comes up, maybe a conference you're looking on the internet, your conference comes through, and you're like, oh wow, I didn't know that was happening next week. And in order for you to go, there's an element of preparation that you need to have, get a suit or a dress or airline tickets or whatnot. You could tap into your reserve account for something like that because it's going to augment your growth through those relationships and connections and knowledge that you gain there. The next bucket or account would be to have an operational account. So this operational account is, for operations. So the example I like to share, which is most recent, is during the pandemic, right? Many of us had to shift and we weren't already conducting our business online, like myself. So you may have needed to upgrade your computer, get some lighting, get a microphone. You may have needed to add a virtual assistant or shift how the office situation, was going, and you needed a few resources, for operations with regards to that. Excuse me. So having 3 to 6 months at least 3 months of your operational expenses in this operational account is going to be critical. Now, the third bucket is what I call future projects. And so this is if you wanted to create a book, you wanted to start doing retreats, you wanted to buy a building, you're going to park money, set money aside into this future bucket. So we've got clarity of the beginning levels of our plan. So we've got clarity of where our money is coming from. We have organized that through a process, through a platform like QuickBooks, FreshBooks, or Wave. And so we see the different sources. One question that I think that I encourage entrepreneurs to ask themselves, because sometimes we have businesses that are kind of wasting our time. It generates income, but it's not really generating enough income for our time to be worth it. And so you want to ask yourself, as you are focusing on expansion and scaling, what revenue source do I currently have or could I create that is going to generate me the most money in the shortest period of time? That gives me the greatest amount of peace, right? So what revenue stream, what business do I have or could I create that's going to provide me with the greatest amount of revenue in the shortest period of time? That's also going to give me peace of mind. So answer that question, and then that will also help you condense, okay, I got all these different things going on. Let me focus here. Because when you focus on one thing at a time, this is a lesson I had to learn and still am in development. When you focus, you're able to accelerate your growth, right? Because you're not split in so many different areas, okay? So we have our clarity of money coming in, money coming out, and then now that we have clarity of the spending, now where does the excess money need to go? Okay, so we've defined these 3 buckets. Now, I expressed what it looks like on the business side. It looks exactly the same on the personal side. So one thing that I help people with in my Money Master Accelerator program is helping people understand that the better you're able to manage your personal finances, the better you'll be able to govern yourself with your business finances. And it starts with you personally. So you want to get into a habit and a rhythm of organizing your personal finances through what I call like a dip account. So this dip account is where you have about a month of your expenses set aside for those random types of events where you may have a family member that asks you for some money. You can borrow money, or here's you can have it. This is also a moment for us busy entrepreneurs where we're doing caretaking. We've got our parents and other relatives, our children, ourselves, and it's like, look, I'm headed to the spa right now in Sedona. I'm out, and so you got to line up your babysitter. You've got to line up, the travel plans and all of that. So you would just dip into your dip account to take care of that. Because again, part of our wealth is to maintain our mental, physical, and emotional health, right? Sometimes we need to replenish, step back, so that we can be able to really accelerate and move forward. Okay, so that's the dip account. The emergency account is the standard 3 to 6 months, and then we have what is called the wealth account. So that's what it looks like. The wealth account is for the sole purpose of buying assets, and by assets, I mean anything that puts money in your pocket today or at some point in the future. So you see how they are very similar, very parallel, the business and the personal. So once we have clarity of where the buckets are going, where your money is going, and what buckets, notice that there is a defined, specific purpose for each account. Okay, because you want to have a purpose for every single dollar that comes in. We don't want to have any willy-nilly money and it's just, oh, it's over there for whatever. No, Every dollar has a purpose and a plan. Okay, so this gives you a structure to understand what. Give you an example of what those purposes can be. Of course, you can add more and improvise it and revise. Okay, so once you have your financial foundation in place, now it's a matter of looking at ways to make your money start working for you, right? Because at this point, you're working for it. We are going to shift into a space where it's working, your money is working for you. And this is when you focus on income generating assets, right? So, income generating assets are assets that work for you. An example of that is real estate, right? So you put money, you purchase the property, investment property, of course, and you have consistent passive income by way of the rental income. There are many other assets you can consider. If you're looking at a public security, you invest into a company, you invest into senior securities, and you're able to receive dividends, from that. Okay. So those are a couple of examples. There's a whole digital world that's opening up that's creating various forms of residual and consistent income. That's a new space for me, but those digital products are definitely a strong, viable source. But the objective is to look for income generating assets. Okay, even annuities can be a great way to create consistent, guaranteed income. Certain types of life insurance policies create consistent, guaranteed streams of income. Okay, so that would be a way in which you begin to expand. So within your business, you can create a situation where this digital product, this service, or an actual physical product is like your bread and butter, right? That's a consistent revenue stream. That's going to give you the peace that at least your bills are going to be paid, and you can now have the mental capacity to begin to think about scaling and expanding and growing to the next level. Okay, this is the plan that's going to create the financial security. Now, the next thing on the personal side, as well as within your business, is to focus on protection, right? So you want to protect the wealth as you accumulate. So how do we do that? On the personal side, it's insurance, right? So we're looking at protecting ourselves, our greatest asset, by way of disability. Our life insurance, in the event of an untimely transfer, we want to make sure that our children, our family, our spouse is taken care of, and they don't have to deal with any financial stress upon us making a premature departure. Of course, our auto insurance, homeowners insurance, and health insurance, long-term care if you're over 50, that needs to be in place. On the business side, you have liability insurance. If you're a professional like myself, you would have E&O insurance. So these are ways to mitigate against a financial disaster, right? An unexpected, unplanned financial disaster. The next phase is to create like a financial fort. So this financial fort is under the umbrella of estate planning. So one phase of that as an entrepreneur business owner is to create a business entity. To create a business entity, whether that's a C Corp, S Corp, LLC, a partnership, that's your first line of defense. Another line of defense is the business liability coverage. And depending on if your product or service is still in the R&D phase, it may or may not make sense to actually establish a corporation. So many people have come across that have an LLC, but they don't have any revenue generated from the LLC, and they're just paying the state registration fees. Well, if you registered in California, that's insane, because if you're not earning any revenue in that business yet, and you're paying $850 a year just to hold the LLC, it doesn't make any sense. I know other states are less expensive, so govern yourselves accordingly. On the legal side, it's always suggested to establish that protection. On the financial side, from a tax planner and financial planner like myself, would say, well, generate some revenue, make sure you've got a solid plan and solid income, consistent income coming in, and a viable product, and then protect yourself. So think about what makes sense. Different industries require that you start with the LLC in the beginning. Okay. All right. So you have that layer of protection on the business side, and you have various business insurance protection, within your particular industry. Now, on the personal side, this is when we establish a trust, right? A family living trust. And then we can get even more fun and look at DSTs, Delaware Statutory Trust, Charitable Remainder Trust, things like that. I should say charitable trust because there's a variety of trusts, okay? And so this is just how you protect your wealth, right? And position yourself to create legacy, to create generational wealth. And I know I'm coming towards the end of my presentation today, and the way in which you want to begin to reflect in this particular season of how to kind of connect the dots between establishing financial confidence and making sure that the result of your financial confidence is financial security is by starting with the plan. Well, actually, first is by knowing that you're wealthy, knowing that you can do it, knowing that anything that God has planted in your mind, planted in your heart to be able to have the desire to do it, know that it is divine, know that it is a part of your calling, and that where that has, and knowing that that is true, knowing that that is valid, means that there's a way to make it happen. No matter what your present circumstances look like, whether you are 46 or 64, right? As long as you are breathing and living 6 feet above the ground, you have the ability and the capability to move the masses, to be a part of this season of a global shift, right? To be a part of this African diaspora, to connect and to contribute your gifts, your talents, your resources, your skills, your knowledge. It's incredible the amount of wealth that we possess and how we're shifting into a more holistic, loving, and more grounded world. And we all need to be a part of that and not shy away from and thinking that, oh, well, I don't really have too much to contribute, or, no one said that you have to become a multi-billionaire, right? But whatever contribution, it could be raising the best child, right? For them to contribute. So don't sleep on your gift. Remember, genius is common. And we all have something to add value and contribute to. And as always, it is a pleasure to be on this channel.
Thank you so much.
With Ravina and Dr. Kelly and everyone that participates in the Black Business Network. I appreciate you all, and thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for reminding us that our business and our personal interests run parallel. That's important that we remember. Guys, remember, genius is coming, and we'll see you. I'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
Peace and blessings.
Yeah.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. a safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Ravina Amos, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we are delighted to introduce to you Jerry Smith. Jerry Smith is a 40-year-old radio broadcasting and entertainment veteran. He is the CEO of the highly successful JAS Consulting and Entertainment Incorporation, which he founded in May of 2020. The company specializes in radio and artist consulting, radio promotion services, and planning and coordinating concerts, workshops, and special events. Jerry Smith, 40-year on-air radio diverse career experience beginning in August 1984 from gospel to rock, top 40 R&B, urban R&C, classic rock, oldies, and hip-hop. In the past 4.5 years, his company, JS Consulting and Entertainment, has 2 #1 Billboard Gospel Airplay chart singles. He is the owner and CEO of streaming gospel radio station Favor 97.3, which was nominated for a Stellar Award for the Gospel Internet Radio Station in 2020. He's also part of the Brain Trust team for several of Urban One's most significant events, including the Women Empowerment Network Expo, the Radio One Love Cruise, the Lamplighter Awards Show, and the Radio One Family Comedy Tour. He served as the chair of St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, Radio Care's Advisory Board for 2013 to 2018, a role that allowed him to have a significant impact on the fight against childhood cancer. I could go on, but I'm just going to go ahead and introduce to you Mr. Jerry Smith. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I could go on, Hall of Fame recipient, President Lifetime Achievement Award, Entrepreneur of the Year in 2022. Yes. All your accolades. Well deserved, I'm sure.
Yeah. All of that. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for that kind introduction. All of that is just from hard work. I tell everybody I'm a nobody trying to tell everybody about somebody who can save anybody.
Mm-hmm.
That's what my mission in life is. I give honor to God for my being here and in your presence. Also, I'd like to thank Dr. Eric Kelly III for this amazing platform to highlight Black businesses and also at the same time sow into our young men and women's education as we try to raise scholarship dollars to further their education. But all of those great accolades that you mentioned really was just from hard work and believing in myself and people encouraging me to do something special with my life. So I like to pass it and pass it forward and make them proud of me for sewing into me at a young age.
Well, that is awesome. It's awesome what you do. And within the 39 years in the music and entertainment industry, can you share some key moments that shaped your career journey?
Key moments, gosh, there was a time, unfortunately, in business, people not always want you to do well. And I had some people in my career that were threatened by me, which was really shocking because I always try to make my bosses look good and put myself in a position to take advantage of an opportunity if it ever presented itself. But I would never take anybody out, drag anybody down, no crabs in the barrel. I wanted my bosses to shine. And I had one particular boss who saw more in me than I saw in myself, and he was threatened by me. I didn't know it at the time, and he made my life miserable. And I'll never forget, I couldn't take it anymore. I was about to quit, and I was walking around my cul-de-sac in a circle. It was probably midnight, and I was praying and I was talking to God. I said, God, I know that you have something great for me, and I'm about to quit and go work at the grocery store, hardware store, because I couldn't take it. I had a new child. She was just born, had not been married that long, just purchased a home. I was like, gosh, I got all these responsibilities as a responsible husband, father. What am I going to do? And I was going to quit. And God said, no, don't do it. Hang in there.
Yes.
Just hang in there. I've got greater for you. And about a year later, almost to the day that I was walking around my cul-de-sac crying grown man.
Do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. Yeah.
That the company that I worked for wanted to fly me into the corporate headquarters to talk to me. And I thought it was because my radio station that I was programming was real successful. We were #1. We were kicking butt. We were a gospel station and we were beating all the secular stations. And I thought they wanted to know the secret sauce. And so I didn't really want to go because that weekend I was wearing dual hats. I was programming a gospel station and I was a morning show host on the morning show for K97.5. And we had an NFL flyaway in Miami, Florida. And so I wanted to go to the football game, which was that Sunday. And that was the weekend that they wanted me to come. And I said, we're doing a flyaway. And they said, well, I tell you what, we're going to fly you from Miami to DC on Monday instead of you coming back to North Carolina. And so I was like, thank you, thank you, thank you. And so I went up there and they asked me if I would allow my station at that time to be, they had acquired 7 channels on XM. And they wanted to make my station one of the channels for gospel. And I said, I would love to do it. And then ultimately the conversation ended up being, would I be interested in overseeing all of the Radio 1 gospel programming? Being involved, I should not overseeing it, but being involved.
Right.
Kind of like the vice president of gospel. And
overseeing without the
right. So I was like, I just a year ago, I was about to quit. I was going to walk away from this amazing career because of this one individual. And so I took the position, and that was in December of 2021. And before 2022 hit, they let the guy who was harassing me and trying to push me out, they let him go. So he tried to push me out. A year later, I get promoted and he gets pushed out. And my career just like really took off after
I'm looking
that.
at all the accolades you have been
all
very
all those
very visual.
awards. All those accolades and all that stuff that you mentioned happened after that. That was a pivotal time in my career. Where I almost let it go.
You have 2 beautiful daughters today and thriving.
Yes.
Now, your experience spans diverse radio formats. How do you leverage this background to program stations at high level?
Well, I was blessed to have some really phenomenal teachers, mentors, people that saw a lot in me. And they shared their wisdom, knowledge, nuggets, and experiences with me. And the thing about radio is the only thing that's different. Well, there's several things different, but the music, the genre, people's listening habits and patterns are the same. So something is successful in country, rock, top 40, urban, it'll be successful in gospel. It's just how you manage the music and just program. Good programming wins regardless of what format you're in.
Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah.
Good
So,
program
for example, country and gospel radio stations, the listeners are almost identical, just different backgrounds. People that listen to those formats tend to listen to the radio stations for long periods of time. So you manipulate and manage your music for that type of audience. So you don't play, the repetition is less because they're more apt to hear the same music over and over again. Whereas like a hip hop station and a top 40 station, their audience has short time spent listening. They call it TSL, time spent listening. And so they listen for short periods of time. So that Beyonce song, Rihanna song, on those formats has to be repetition. And usually, and I know I'm kind of getting into um, the meat of things, and it may
No,
not
that's
make
okay.
sense, but a song on that station that's a popular song will rotate, for example, every 45 minutes. So every 45 minutes, you're going to hear that popular Beyonce
Okay.
song. And if you don't manage your music like that, then the chances of you losing listeners is greater because they like that song and they want to
Right.
hear it. So they're going to tune in and then tune out, tune
Right.
in and tune out. So that song has got to hit. Whereas a
Right.
country station and a gospel station, you can't play your popular songs every 45 minutes. They're going to be like, I just heard that song. They played that song, 4 times in the last 4 hours, which is true. So you've got to spread that song out. That song may not rotate for about 3.5 hours, back to back. And so you've got literally 40 or 30 songs that play more than any other songs
Right.
in
Right.
your rotation. And it's all, people don't realize this, but it's all math. You're managing numbers. How often does this song play in 24 hours, 7 days a week? And so you're managing music and how often it's heard, when it's heard, where it's heard in the clock. So everything that you hear on radio, you may not know it, is intentional. You think they're flying by the seat of the pants, and that's what they're supposed to do, make it sound like they're winging it. But
Right.
everything is very organized and
Instruction.
and then right.
Now, the success of Light 103.9 FM led to the launch of inspiration stations nationwide. Can you elaborate on the the groundbreaking programming you developed for this contemporary gospel radio format?
Yep. And I can't take all the credit. There were some other great minds that contributed. Bob Beatty, who is a clock genius, is one other person, and I learned a lot from him. But the strategy was to treat that format, which was really neglected for a long time, as a real format. Unfortunately, people with the gospel format didn't really have any formal training. Most of them were people that either were religious, went to church, or maybe were in a choir, and bosses and the people that own these stations, they didn't know much about gospel. They're like, oh, Jerry, you go to church. Here, we're going to put a gospel station on the air, and we want you to be in charge. Well, Jerry has no background in it, so he's just doing what he, as an outsider looking in, perceives. And it's all wrong. So our concept was, this is a real format. It's a niche format. People who love gospel music, maybe the lifestyle and the culture, they'll be interested in it. But we're going to give them news. We're going to give them sports. We're going to give them weather. We're going to have professional sounding DJs. We're going to be topical and let them know what's going on in their community. And we're going to play the hits, and we're going to manage the music professionally. We're going to ask our DJs to front sell, to back sell, to be professional broadcasters. And so that's what it was. And people really embraced it. The sound of the station, we call it imaging, which is the voice of the station. Favor 97.3. You're watching it, Favor. Tell a friend about the all-new Favor 97.3. Professional. Oh, I know. I look. You like that, don't you? You like that. No, I'm just kidding. So we just put a polished presentation on the air that sounds good. We did great contesting, just like the secular stations. Hey, we're giving away cars. We gave away a house one time. We're giving away trips to the Caribbean. We're giving you TVs and radios, whatever the hottest gadget is. You have a chance to win these cool prizes. Mother's Day, Father's Day, 4th of July, Valentine's Day, Christmas, we're going to be heavily involved in the community. And that's what really people embraced it. And other companies saw this, that the station was doing well in the ratings. Number one gospel station. Man, it was a big to do when we hit number one. Everybody thought it was a fluke and something was wrong. And at the time, Arbitron was the system that calculated the ratings, and people were saying, this has got to be wrong. It's no way this little gospel station could be number one. And Arbitron said, well, they are number one. And, if you want to do something about it, then you need to hire a program director.
Right.
Program Mr. Smith over there, because he's kicking all of your butts. He didn't say it like that, but that's what he said.
That's what he meant.
In a nice, polite way.
Okay, now you mentioned the term front selling and back selling. The DJs, can you I don't know if anybody, go ahead.
Yeah, that's radio announcing 101.
Okay.
To tell the people who the artist is or who that was. You know what I mean? The all new favorite 97.3. I'm Jerry Smith. That was the latest from Kirk Franklin. It's all smile. Hey, coming up, I've got the new BB Winans, Heaven, just around the corner. Our favorite 97.3. So what I did in that one little thing there was I backspelled the Kirk Franklin, and I front selled or told what's coming up with the BB Winans. The public wants to know. Usually they're not as music savvy as the DJs. And then there's like a small percentage of the population that is just music crazy, and they know all the artists, and they can tell you every song on the album. But for the average Jane and average Joe, they don't know. So when they hear something that they like, they may want to go buy it, and they want to know who was that. And so it's the DJ's job to what we call front sell and back sell the music, just to let the public know what they heard or what they're about to hear.
Right. Okay. Now, as the content coordinator for Radio 1's gospel station, overseeing 14 stations and launching 7 nationwide, what challenges and successes did you experience in this role?
Gosh, the challenges is, Lord have mercy. The challenge is whenever you, as an outsider, go into somebody else's market, everybody's territorial. So when someone comes in and says, hey, we're going to do things this way, we're going to play these songs, we're going to, again, everything is intentional in radio. So what you don't know, but we have this thing called a clock, and the clock tells you what songs to play from a specific category and what to say, either front sell, back sell, play a drop, a liner, play commercials. And so sometimes when people from the outside come in to work with the local team, there's some pushback because they feel like they're losing control, market, and maybe a little job insecurity. That's always the biggest challenge, getting them to buy in and say, hey, listen, buy in and say, hey, listen, this is going to help you and all of us. It's going to help your sales department. It's going to help your ratings. It's going to help you actually with job security, because we're going to put a better product on the air. Some of the biggest successes were when a lot of the stations that we launched went on to be top 10, top 5 market where they never existed. Philadelphia, Houston, Texas, Atlanta, Georgia, Richmond, Virginia, Washington, D.C., Charlotte.
Waiting here, Louisiana.
Yeah, I know you guys need
come on down.
Yep. Detroit, Michigan, those are some of the markets. But one of the biggest things was putting together the Spirit channel for Sirius. Well, at that time it was XM. We couldn't use my station as a satellite station because XM wanted to be commercial free. So we needed you know, and we're making money selling commercials on my
Mhm.
station light. So me, a gentleman named Mike Abrams, and Jay Bryant put together the Sirius XM, well, the XM channel Spirit.
Mhm. Mhm.
That was up until that was like a big deal for me,
Mm.
putting on a satellite channel that
Yeah.
we heard worldwide. I mean,
Yeah.
that was amazing.
And congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I could just imagine the hard work and the time and the efforts and everything that had to take place to make that happen.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, but
Talk about sticking to it.
I love work, and
Yeah.
work is good. And usually, if you put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in it, a lot of passion, good things come from that hard work.
Yeah. Now, I hear you say, you know, you love what you do, and I hear the passion in your voice. How important is that?
It's very important. Whenever I feel like I'm not having fun doing
Mhm.
it,
Mhm.
then it's time for me to pack it in and really retire. Right now, I love helping people. Right now,
I
I've
don't even
got
know how you pronounce that word, retire. I mean, I'm surprised it came out of your mouth, but go ahead.
I know. I'm listening. I tell people all the time, I'm rusty, dusty, and crusty, and I got to let these old bones get some rest here.
Mm.
But I really love helping people to achieve their dreams and their
Yes.
goals,
That's
and
wonderful.
that's really the driving force for me. It's not about
Mhm.
money at
Right.
all. Money, you know, God blesses me
Mhm.
financially
Mhm.
to meet all my financial responsibilities, but that's not my driving force. I just love to put quality work out and help people. And
Yes.
so as long as I can do that, I'm good.
Fantastic. Now, you've been part of the Brain Trust team for significant events at Urban One. Can you
Yeah.
share your involvement in events like the Women's Empowerment Expo, the Love Cruise,
Yep.
the Lamplight Award Show? Take your pick. Join in there. Give us as much as you can.
Yeah. So with the women's empowerment, that was a team. And again, it takes teamwork to make the dream work. And there's people that had vision,
Mhm.
what to do. We started off with the very first one with about 3,000 people.
Mhm.
Dr. Jocelyn Elders, who was the Surgeon General at the time, was the
Mhm.
keynote speaker, and it was just a
Okay.
woman panel. And
Yeah.
then we had a new employee who came in, and she brought an idea to the table. Eric Kelly was also a contributor to that with some great ideas. My role and what I saw was putting on a really tight professional show.
Mhm.
I was
Mhm.
the stage manager. I also helped to book talent,
Right.
mostly with the faith-based crew. And
Mhm.
I had
Mhm.
Kirk Franklin, Hezekiah Walker, Dietrich Hadd,
Mhm.
CC, BB Winans, BB and CC, Jacqueline Carr, Erica Campbell.
Mhm.
Those are some of the higher profile people, but just blessed to have amazing artists to perform for that.
No,
We
these
had,
events. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, and this was women's empowerment. Go
Right.
ahead. Go ahead.
Did they require a lot of sponsorship? Did you have to
Yeah.
call in a
Oh,
lot of
my
sponsors?
goodness. Tons of sponsorships. It was, gosh, that was like
Mhm.
$1 million. When it
Yeah.
peaked, yeah, we were doing at least $1 million in revenue from
Right.
that,
Oh,
from all
wow.
the sponsor ticket
Mhm.
sales.
Mhm. Mhm.
That was phenomenal. Now, I wasn't involved in sales again, you know, emceeing and
Right.
stage hosting and coordinating and putting the show together with all the elements from the other team, the keynote speakers and the seminars and workshops and, you know,
Mhm.
stage presentations and of course the concerts. That was where my genius kicked in.
And the Love Cruise.
Yeah. So the Love Cruise, the One Love Cruise was phenomenal. It started off as a partial charter on a cruise ship. The visionaries, Kathy Hughes, and she, you know, had the Tom Joyner cruise,
Okay.
Fantastic Voyage. She wanted to do something for the faith-based community, and of course, crawl before we walk, walk before we run. And we did a partial charter, and it went extremely well. And so they ended up giving Radio One unsold cabins. We sold our allotment, and we sold theirs. And so we did it for 2 years as a partial charter. And then after that second year, it was like we almost sold out the whole ship second time, even though we only half the ship.
Right.
And so Kathy Hughes said, well, we're going to do our own.
Right.
And so we did the whole ship. And my role was the talent coordinator to book the artist and set the concerts and get the MCs to introduce everybody. And it went from a little role to where I was being flown across the country. I was testing cruise ships to see if it met our standards. You know, I'm like pitching myself like, is this real? They're sending me
right.
the cruise to see if I like it and get my head opinion if we should use it or not. But the cruise got so big, it just grew. Everybody loved it. It was like a big family reunion. And I was sharing this story with my brother that it grew so big that the Radio One cruise and the BET celebration of gospel music were like on top of each other. Mainly in March and April was their taping. And so the director for their show called me up at the radio station. I was like, hey, how you doing? And she said, hey, Jerry, how are you? I said, I'm fine. She said, hey, listen, we got to work together. We're having trouble booking artists for our gospel celebration taping because they all said that they're going to be on the cruise, your cruise, like it was my cruise. They don't want to do the taping. They prefer to be on the cruise instead of taping. So we need to know exactly when you're going to do the cruise so we can schedule it around it and not be on top of each other and have conflicts. When I hung up the phone with Joyce, I was like, BET called me.
Right.
They called me. They want to work around me. But the vision in the beginning was just to help them out.
You just make it.
Then when they said, we want you to be more involved, we like what you're doing, I was like, I want our cruise to be just as big, if not bigger, than the Tom Joyner Fantastic Voyage. And so it rivaled it. I can't ever say that because that cruise is huge, and they do a lot. The HBCUs.
Is there going to be another one?
Oh, they do that, but they decided to stop. I don't know if it was the economy went bad or what, but they decided to not do it. Profit margin.
Okay.
You know, there's only so much I could disclose, but our very last one was a getaway instead of a cruise. It's in Nassau, Bahamas at Atlantis Resort, and it was just phenomenal. I mean, every
I can imagine.
Well,
if you guys do it again, make sure you let Dr. Kelly know to call me.
Okay, for sure.
So I can book my cruise. I'll be right there with you.
But I forgot to mention, please make a donation to the kids. You know, this platform is trying to raise money to send them off to school or support them financially with laptops, tuition, and books. So please make a donation to the Black Business Expo efforts to help these young men and women out.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Now, you said at age 12, you knew your radio was your calling. How has your passion for radio evolved, and how do you balance being a gospel music programmer, teacher, visionary, entrepreneur, with father, husband, probably uncle, all of that?
Listen,
all of that.
That's the hardest part. And I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to talk about that because I'm struggling in that area. But as a kid at 12 years old, God gave me this vision, this dream. I knew I was going to do it. And it's been phenomenal. I almost feel like I've cheated because it's not like work to me.
Right.
It's a passion. It's something I enjoy doing, and I've been paid handsomely throughout my 40 years of doing. And I'm like, there are people who hate what they do. There are people who have desires and dreams to do other things, but have not been able to get into that space. And here I am for 40 years, my hot, stinky, funky breath on a microphone.
Feeling like his favorite.
Right. I'm like, gosh, it's amazing. It's just amazing. It's like a dream. But the part that I struggle with is just being in so much demand. I have a heart for people. I want to help people. I've got to figure out how to time for myself where I don't burn out. I have a heart for people. I have a heart to help people, but I've got to be careful that if I don't take a break for myself to help others with their initiatives, their things, that I'm going to do damage to myself physically, because my body is gonna say, listen, you're burning the candle
right
at 3 sides of the stick, 2 at the end and 1 in the middle, and if you don't take a break and give us a break, then we're gonna break down for you. So that's the hardest part, is just saying no and making sure I don't burn myself out.
Yeah, I think our speaker before you was talking about that parallel line between your personal interest and your business interest. Yeah. Now, who were the programming minds that played a significant role in shaping your knowledge in the broadcast industry, and how did they influence your approach to programming?
Well, I have so many. I have to go back to Jim McManus. He was the very first one. Mr. McManus was going to fire me if I didn't follow his protocol, which I was not doing. And he sat me down. He said, listen, we're training you to be a professional broadcaster. You're doing things not like we trained you to do. You're not in college anymore. You're not DJ Hollywood. You're a professional broadcaster. And he said, everything that we do is intentional. And he explained it to me. He was the first one to really sit me down and explain it to me. And I was only there for 2 weeks, and the format. And then about 1.5 years later, it kicked me out. And he said, we're only paying you minimum wage. You are going to do well in this profession. You're making a lot more money than what we're paying you. And we encourage you to leave the nest.
Wow.
And I was confused.
Wow.
Because he saw something in me that I didn't see. But everything that he said came into fruition. So I would say Mr. Jim McManus. Then the guy who hired me at my first, and that was a gospel station, first secular radio station. His name was John Stevens. John hired me. He saw something special in me and gave me a chance. I was only one of 2 Black people to work on the radio station. Started overnight and then just got promoted. They ended up letting John go, and they hired a new guy whose name was Dick Shannon. And Dick was this big time radio programmer, and I didn't know, I was new, green, snotty nose, and I've got this great mind. And he promoted me, and he sat me down, and he told me, you're going to do really, really well in this business. And he talked to me about integrity. And not until years later did I realize how big of a programmer and how influential this guy was in the radio industry. And we flipped formats multiple times. We went from an easy listening, what they call adult contemporary station, playing Barbra Streisand, Dilson,
love Barbra Streisand,
Loggins, so on and so forth, to Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Peter Frampton, Jethro Tull,
That's a contrast.
rock stuff. And
Yeah.
Dick promoted me, and he says, "You're going to do really, really good." And he said, "You know the music the least, yet you've improved the fastest out of everybody."
Wow.
And then another John Stevens, who just phenomenal. I was his assistant program director. John Stevens, for some reason, was a popular name. Stevens, the last name, and John, the first name. And this was a top 40 station. And my mentor, the guy who I really, really love, he's a radio consultant. He worked in all kinds of formats. He was consulting an urban station, KISS 102 in New Bern, North Carolina. Alan Sneed, he's my guy. He and I are the ones that built a lot of the stations for Radio 1, and I used to travel all around the country with him building these stations. And just a genius, and he let me be a genius. He wasn't, he knew formatics and structure. He didn't really know the music that well, and he let me do that, and again mentored me and coached me on the structure and good practices, so that no matter, it could have been classical music, it could have been jazz, that I would know the secret formula for success for radio programming, regardless of what the music was. And then there's so many others. Cy Young is one I could think of. Jay Michaels, Jay Stevens. Those are some that come to mind as well.
Now, family plays a significant role in your life, and we talked about that a little bit. How does your faith, your family, your friends, and community drive your passion to use your gifts to bless and empower people?
It's very important to me. First and foremost, I always give God the glory, because I know all the blessings flow through him, and I wouldn't be blessed without him. So there's no, whenever there are times in my career when I got a little big-headed and thought it was Jerry Smith.
I can imagine. I can see that was easy to do. I mean, everybody's propping you up. You're the man, you're the man, you're the man. What a mighty good man,
And God will put you in your place. Oh, so it's all you, huh? Well, you go ahead. And then the results aren't the same. You're like very humble,
You have to go walk the cul-de-sac again.
So I acknowledge him in all my ways, regardless of where I am. I let people know all my blessings flow through him. Family is the next important thing to me. I love my family, my immediate family, my cousins and relatives and brothers and sisters, through my community of entrepreneurs, believers, people who are like-minded, who have a heart for community. And then community is the most important. It's very important to me. Like, what I do is not money driven. It's not ego driven. It's not for fame, fashion, form, or show. It's really to bless somebody in their time of need, whether it's an encouraging word, whether it's information that they need, or resources that are available to them to help them to get through that difficult time. Whether it's the holiday, how do I get toys for my kids? If it's health, how do I get information about these diabetes, kidney disease, high blood pressure? My financial situation is a mess. I'm not managing my money properly. What is it? I need some help, financial, any, resources, even like a platform like this. I'm a small business owner. How do I get the word out about my business? I tell people about this platform, the small business owners like me, to help them. That's what's important to me. There's only so much I can do, but I can help to connect the dots with good people, to give information with resources. So community is super duper important to me.
Jerry, thank you so much for being with us today. It was a pleasure as always.
Thank
Everybody,
you.
this is Mr. Jerry, the wonderful Mr. Jerry Smith. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And don't forget to make a donation to the kids. We want to help the next set of business owners and entrepreneurs, and it takes a community to help these young men and women to grow. So thank you in advance. God bless you.
God bless. Remember, guys, every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to scholarship funds. We want to thank you, our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for May 2024, NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie, Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Suppliers Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malaine Shanghai Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Designs, Bank Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Thank you all. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Okay.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious, how did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.